here at Jurgensen Park. Junior Jays back in action as coming off of a Metro Conference tournament loss. They will look to rebound in a doubleheader against Rockhurst, who made the 3-hour trip down from Kansas City down here to Creighton Prep for this doubleheader. I'm Colton Lauder alongside Mike Nockenhauer. Junior Jays looking to get back over 500. They had a 5-game winning streak heading into the Metro tournament, but a close 2-1 loss to Elkhorn South knocked them back to a 500 mark. Josh Carney getting the ball in an attempt to get the Junior Jays a win tonight.
Yeah, as you said, Junior Jays falling to 500 on the year. They were really riding high there going into the Metro tournament, and then they just ran into a very strong arm in Brody Gindra and Elkhorn South, able to overcome a very strong outing from John Lysek. Went 6 innings, only about 80 pitches. Didn't walk a single batter, but only gave up 2, but it was enough for the Storm. A Rockhurst team that has definitely struggled here to open the season.
Tyler Coffin, the shortstop, will lead off this ball game for Rockhurst. First pitch from Carney is hit down the line, foul by Coffin. Count goes 0-1. One in there for strike 2. Flip the outside part of the zone. The 0-2 low and away for ball 1.
Carney, the Doane signee, has struggled to start the season, but he's really picked things up over these past few appearances. As he gets the ball here today for the start.
He got the ground ball over to third. Braden Cato over to Jack Cosgrove at first for out number 1. Carney gets a quick first out. You mentioned a bit of a rough start for Carney, but in his last 3 appearances, he has pitched 8 1/3 innings and allowed 0 runs, in addition to striking out 17 batters in that stretch. Really got back into form over these past couple of appearances. That's a ground ball base hit into left field for Burnson. And Rockhurst gets the first base runner of the ball game here with 1 out in the first.
Yeah, it's a good piece of hitting there from the Rockhurst 2-man as he puts himself on first with now the 3rd and 4th hitters coming up trying to make some noise here early for the Hawklets.
It'll be Warren Robertson up at the plate. 3 spot in the order. Takes strike 1 from Carney.
That's a good response there from Carney, just going right back at the zone after giving up an early hit.
Pickoff throw over to first and was close, but Bernstein gets back. Oh, 1 Bernstein taking off. Robertson swings and misses. Throw down from Caniglio is not in time, and Bernstein gets a stolen base. So Rockhurst gets a runner into scoring position. But the count 0-2 on Robertson.
Yeah, Bernstein had a great jump there. Ball wasn't even there by the time he was on second base. That's a great piece of running there from Bernstein. He puts himself in scoring position already.
Ground ball over to third. Cato again firing over to Cosgrove. Throw was a little bit wide of the bag, but Cosgrove able to gather it and step on the bag in time for out number 2. Runner does not advance from second, so it's a runner on second with 2 outs here for the catcher, Evan DeMario.
Yeah, it's just a perfect case. That's the best case scenario for the Junior Jays. Grounder over to Cato, who looks the runner back to second, and then they have now 2 outs. It's that second out crucial, especially with Bernstein staying up there at second.
That one in the dirt for ball 1. DeMario in the air to right center field. That one's going to drop into the gap. Bernstein will come around to score easily. DeMario's going to try and get 3 out of this. Birchfield gathers, fires down to Cato at third, and they get him by a couple of feet. And the Junior Jays get out of the inning, but Rockhurst does push the first run of this ball game across. They lead 1-0 on the RBI double from DeMario. We'll be back for the bottom of the first here on CPSN. Back here, bottom 1 at Jurgensen. Junior Jays gave up a run in the first on an RBI double from Evan DeMario, but a relay got him at third. Now the offense will look to respond and get on the board themselves in the bottom of the first. Logan Birchfield leading it off for the Junior Jays.
It's pretty funny. DeMario's third base coach was screaming at him as he was rounding second to stay put. But he blew through that stop sign and paid the price for it. But still an RBI double that gives the Hawklets a 1-0 lead. As now, as you said, Junior J offense, I always like to say it when a team scores early. You had to score anyway, but now Junior Jays with some work to do here early.
Called strike 2 on the outside. Bit of a delayed call there as Owen Hughes gets the second strike. His 2-2 offering is a swing and a miss on a breaking ball and a quick punch out for the Hawklet lefty. And there is one gone here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, it's a good start here for the Hawklets. Hughes just blew that one by Birchfield. So that's a great way of setting the tone.
Cal Anthony bunts, firing over to first. They get him. And a very quick first 2 outs for Hughes.
Yeah, Anthony, that bunt definitely not going where he wanted it. Went right back to Hughes. He was definitely trying to push that one down the third base line and maybe would have had an opportunity of being safe at first, but Hughes with a good play. Now 2 away, as you said.
First pitch, foul back by Charlie Ziola, the left fielder. Him, Cal Anthony, and Braden Cato hitting back-to-back-to-back. All juniors committed to the University of Nebraska. Now Ziola falling behind 0-2. That one's high for ball one. 1-2 hit up the middle. Tough play for Coffin. He's not able to get a hold of it, and Ziola has himself a 2-out hit.
Great at-bat there from Ziola. Got back behind in the count, but a good layoff for ball one, and then he found a pitch that he liked, and he pokes it just up the middle out of the reach of the shortstop. That's a good start here for the Junior Jays, not leaving the first inning empty, but now they've got an opportunity to do something if they want to.
First pitch swung on and missed by Braden Cato, the third baseman. Was busy in the top half as he fielded all 3 outs of the inning, 2 throwing over to first and the other receiving a relay over at third on the play where they got DeMario out. Now Cato falling behind 1 and 2. He was getting into a lot of 2-strike counts early. Pickoff over to first. Ziola gets back. And a swing and a miss on a breaking ball down and in. Hughes gets out of the first, strikes out a pair, and the Junior Jays held scoreless in the first. A 1-0 lead early for the Hawklets. We'll be back here on CPSN for the top half of inning number 2. Top half of inning number 2. Josh Carney back out there for the Junior Jays. Will be the 5, 6, 7 bats in the lineup for the Hawklets. And leading off the frame will be the catcher in Newberger, who takes ball 1 outside.
Yeah, Junior Jays there in that first inning. Carney not getting the start that he probably wanted, and then the bottom half of the inning, offense a little bit of a struggle. Ziola able to find a piece of a single there to center, but other than that, it was definitely a concerning first inning for the Junior Jays. Coming out a little flat off a few days of rest.
That's a fly ball by Newberger out to left. Back goes Ziola. He will make a difficult running catch towards the wall. Great play out by Ziola in left, and there is one gone.
Yeah, that wind is blowing directly out there to left. So Ziola seemed like he had a beat on it to start, but then it really seemed to pull him back towards nearly the warning track, but able to keep his composure and make a good grab for the first out.
First pitch to Nick Sapola goes for ball 1. Rockhurst third baseman comes up with one out and nobody on. A similar situation to where they were at in the first, and they ended up getting a run across. So Sapola just looking to get on here. One from Kearney is a breaking ball low and away for ball 2.
Yeah, Kearney's really just been leaving stuff over the plate, and these Rockhurst hitters have been adhering to that so far. They've really taken advantage of it up until this point, but he's really going to have to start working a lot of stuff in to try and fool hitters.
That's a ground ball over to third. Braden Cato very busy early on, fires over to first, and Cosgrove able to keep his foot on the bag for out number 2. And a good start to this frame for Kearney.
That's the thing with Kearney. He's not necessarily a contact pitcher. So if guys start getting bats on balls, things might get a little interesting. But if you're Kearney, he's definitely going to want to try and start getting some swings and misses. But so far this inning, able to get a fly out and then a ground out. So he's hoping to get out of this inning with no damage done.
Quickly a 1-1 count from Kearney to the Hawklet first baseman, Jack Carl. Kearney ahead 1-2 in the count now. That one's high for ball 2.
I love that 1-2 from Kearney. Going high heat. No bite, though. It's even count now.
On the 2-2, he goes breaking ball low and away in the dirt. And now a full count to Carl. Full count pitch, runs inside and gets him. So Kearney was ahead 1-2 in the count, but Carl ends up reaching base on a hit by pitch, and Rockhurst gets a runner on with 2 out.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Carl was down in that count and really fought back, and then draws the hit by pitch on a full count. It's a really good AB there from the Rockhurst first baseman and keeps the inning going.
Be the left fielder Tucker Poe up at the plate swinging at the first pitch, but fouls it back towards the Junior J dugout. That one in the dirt and gets to the backstop. Carl will move up to second. That's a few pitches that have gotten to the backstop already for the Junior Jays righty, but that one's the first with runners on base. And puts a runner in scoring position, but he does get strike 2 across to Poe. Now he's in same situation he was to Carl. Count goes 1-2 with 2 outs in the inning. That one low for ball 2. that one fouled back by Poe. He didn't get very much on that one, but was just able to get his bat on it and stay alive.
Poe doing a really good job. If you're Rockhurst, you're really going to try to run up the pitch count on Kearney here early, and they've done that so far. He's nearing, this will be his 29th pitch now, almost up to 30 already.
2-2, a bit of a half swing there from Poe, but still keeps him alive in this count. And this next pitch to him will be pitch number 7. And Poe puts it into play on pitch number 7. Anderson with a bit of a tough play at short, but he's able to make the running throw over to Cosgrove at first. Kearney gets out of the inning without giving up a run. We'll be back for the bottom half of the second. Still 1-0 here at Jurgensen. Junior Jays will look to, at the very least, tie the game up in the bottom half of the second. Back here, bottom half of the second, Tony Caniglio leading off the frame for the Junior Jays against the lefty Owen Hughes, who gets a first pitch strike. Hughes looked solid in the bottom half of the first, struck out a pair of Junior Jays, and he's quickly ahead 0-2 against their catcher. And he strikes him out on just 3 pitches. Strong at bat there from Hughes, and ends up getting the first out of this inning.
Yeah, Hughes has looked really good so far. Gave up a single to Charlie Ziola on some weak contact up the middle, but other than that, it's been a very strong start for him. So he gets Liam Smithberg to pop up.
Smithberg in the air. Tyler Coffin makes the catch in shallow left field for out number 2. And in the span of just 4 pitches, Hughes has got the first 2 outs of this frame.
Yeah, it's efficiency for Hughes so far. Only 17 pitches, and he's already through an inning and 2/3. As he looks to continue mowing down these Junior J hitters so far.
First ball that misses the strike zone this inning for Hughes goes for ball 1 to Jack Cosgrove, and the next pitch also misses for ball 2. Cosgrove has hit the only 2 home runs for the Junior Jays this season, but with the wind blowing in, he'll have his work cut out for him today. Fouls that one back. Count goes 2-1. Cosgrove pitched 2 scoreless innings in his start in the Junior Jays' last home game versus Omaha Northwest last Tuesday. He's got a 3-1 count against Hughes. Fouls that one back for strike 2, and the count runs full to a hitter with 2 outs in both the top and the bottom half. And Cosgrove swings and misses at a pitch on the outside third. Hughes with a 1-2-3 bottom half of the second where he strikes out 2. He's got 4 through 2 innings. We'll be back for the top half of the third here on CPSN. Top 3 here at Jurgensen. Junior Jays trail 1-0 off of a first inning RBI double from Evan DiMario for the Hawklets, who will look to extend that lead in the top half of the third. 9-1-2 hitters due up for Rockhurst. Michael Shwisky up at the plate for the Hawklets, and he quickly falls behind 0-2 against the righty Josh Carney. Carney's 0-2, misses outside for ball 1. And the 1-2, a breaking ball that clips back in the zone for strike 3. First strikeout of the afternoon for Carney, and there's one gone in the top of the third.
Yeah, Carney finally able to punch out a batter here in the top half of the third, but that lineup card flips over. He'll have to face the top of the Hawklets lineup once again.
Back at the top of the lineup is Tyler Coffin, who grounded out to Braden Cato his first time up to lead off this ball game. He takes ball 1 outside from Carney. Breaking ball just clips the bottom of the zone for strike 1. Good pitch there from Carney to even up the count. And now on the very next pitch, that's a ground ball to short. No play for Anderson, as that one took a very high hop on the infield, and that will go for an infield single.
Yeah, those are always the tough ones as a pitcher. You get the guy to put something in play, but then it's just in a spot where no one's really able to make a play. That's exactly what happened there. Neither Birchfield nor Anderson were able to get there in time, and Coffin able to hustle out an infield single.
Pick off over to first, but Coffin will get back. A change in the lineup here for Rockhurst. Charlie Bernstein started the game off in the 2 spot in the order, got a base hit, and later came around to score. But now up at the plate for Rockhurst will be Gunther. The junior William Gunther up at the plate has yet to see a pitch as Carney has been checking the runner at first several times already this at bat. Gunther swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. Another pickoff throw from Kearney. Almost got away, but Cosgrove able to get his glove on it and keep it from allowing Coffin to advance. Now Kearney will set in, runner going. Caniglio's throw down to second. Gets away into center field, but Coffin not able to move up any further, but still a stolen base gets him into scoring position. That is the second steal of the game for the Hawklets.
Yeah, these Hawklets really have been able to get in the head of Kearney. Seems like they've rattled him a little bit on the base paths, but they've been efficient so far. Now it's already their second stolen base of the game.
That one goes for strike two. Count goes 2-2 to the new right fielder. Now Kearney settling back in. That one just barely misses on the outside part of the plate, and the count runs full.
It's a really good take there from Gunther. 2-2 pitch just on the outside part of the plate. Misses. And now we've got ourselves a payoff pitch upcoming.
Now on the full count, a swing and a miss. Both of the first two outs of this inning recorded via the punch out for Kearney, and there is two gone here in the top of the third. Look to get out of this without allowing another run to come across. And it'll be Warren Robertson looking to bring one in from the 3 spot in the order. Kearney steps off, checking Coffin over at second. Defense positioned as if they expect Robertson to hit it hard on the ground to the pole side. Garrett Anderson playing back at shortstop. And a first pitch strike to Robertson. He goes around there, and the count goes 0-2. Kearney settles back in. Coffin running pitch high, gets to the backstop. Coffin rounded third, but wasn't really trying to score there. Just heads back, but a stolen base will move the runner over to third. Rockhurst being very active on the base path. Now a runner 90 feet away from the plate. Kearney settles back in the 1-2 to Robertson. Got him on the outside part of the plate for a called strike 3. Kearney gets all 3 outs via the strikeout in the top half of the third. We'll be back for the bottom half of the third. Junior Jays keep them off the scoreboard. It's 1-0 heading in to the bottom half of this inning here on CPSN. bottom 3, Owen Hughes back out for his 3rd inning of work, having struck out 4 through the first 2 innings. Garrett Anderson leading off the frame against him. Anderson hitting .342 on the year, but Hughes starts him 0-2. A pair of solid offerings in the zone. His 0-2 will just miss outside for ball 1.
Interesting frame there from the Hawklets catcher. Not quite sure that one was going to work.
One fouled back for strike 2. May have tried a bit too hard to bring that one back. Ball actually fell out of his glove there. That one misses for ball 2. Anderson grounds that one up the middle. Difficult play for Shablisky over at second, but he got him for out number 1. But still a 6-pitch at bat for Anderson. And even though that goes for out number 1, still a solid plate appearance for him. That will bring up the center fielder, Teddy Stratman. Looking to get on for the top of the order. Showing bunt, but ends up pulling back and taking strike 1. The third baseman, Nick Sapolo, was running in there. But still playing relatively back, with Stratman not showing bunt there, and he takes ball 1. Stratman makes contact with it, hits it down the line, and fair for a base hit. He will get extra bases on this one, heading into second with a 1-out double. And he gets into scoring position from the 9 spot in the order, as the top of this lineup will have a chance to bring home Creighton Prep's first run of the game.
That's a perfect piece of hitting there from the 9 spot. Stratman perfectly placed down the left field line right over the third base bag. And then that's just a stand-up double for him. As you said, puts himself in scoring position here with only 1 out. Now the top of the lineup for the Junior Jays due up.
A called strike 1 to Birchfield. Rockhurst was seemingly expecting a bunt there as the corners playing in on Birchfield. But that does leave a big hole on the left side of the infield that gets addressed by Coffin moving over. But Hughes gets that one in there, but just high for ball 1. Stratman, a stolen base threat over at second, but not running there. Birchfield hits it down the line, just barely foul. That was a few more feet to the left. It would have brought home a run, but instead, count goes 1-2 to the Junior J second baseman. Birchfield puts that one in play to Coffin over at short. Gathers, fires over to Carl, who makes a good pick over at first for out number 2. That does, at the very least, move Stratman over to third. And that brings up Cal Anthony with 2 outs and a runner 90 feet away from the plate. That one runs up and in, but just barely misses Anthony for ball 1.
Yeah, Anthony, it's a big spot here, trying to at least tie this game. Junior Jays gave up an early run, but they've got to very good opportunity to even the score here.
A called strike one as DeMario framed that one back into the zone for a strike. Anthony swinging at that one for strike two, and now Hughes in a 2-strike count against Anthony. One, two inside, and the count goes even at 2-2. Anthony swings and misses for strike three, and Rockhurst gets out of the inning, still keeping the Junior Jays scoreless. 1-0 through three. We'll be back here for the fourth inning at Jurgensen. Junior Jays and Hawklets in a close matchup here on CPSN. Back for the top half of the fourth. Rockhurst still leading the Junior Jays 1-0 at this point in the ball game, and the man who drove in the lone run so far, Evan DeMario, up at the plate yet again, and he takes strike one from Carney. His first time up, he hit an RBI double into the gap, got thrown out on a perfect relay from the Junior Jays as he tried to extend it into a triple, but instead got thrown out to end the inning, and no runs have scored for either team since. So after that first inning, it's been strong performances from both Carney and Hughes. Carney's got the Hawklet catcher, 1-2, and a breaking ball misses outside as the count runs even. Two breaking ball just hung up there. DeMario hits it into left center field, but Teddy Stratman catching up to it for out number one. Wind probably aided that one, not traveling as far as it looked like DeMario got a good hold of it off the bat. But either way, it's out number one here in the top half of the fourth.
Carney hopefully starting to find a groove. There's a lot more strikes here in these last few innings. First inning was a bit of a struggle, but both these batters to start off here in this fourth inning have had first pitch strikes from Carney. So
that's a ground ball into the gap, base hit for Newberger, who gets on with one out. That is the third time for Rockhurst today where the leadoff man has gotten out, but the batter immediately following has gotten a single. And in both of those cases, the runner would go on to steal second. So they might try and keep Newberger in check over there. Instead, Kearney goes to the plate with his first pitch to Nick Sapola, and that one misses high for ball one. Checks over at first. Now sets back in, and that is a fastball up high for ball two. Kearney needs to get one in the zone here on 2-0, and that is what he does. A breaking ball towards the bottom of the strike zone, gets it across for strike one. Sapola hits that one in the air to center. Got a solid hold of it, but just hit towards Stratman again, and he makes another catch for out number two.
Yeah, Sapola, that liner just hung a little bit too long up in the air. Stratman had enough time to get under it. But Kearney continues to fight in this inning. He's trying to look to get through his third straight scoreless inning.
A pickoff over at first gets away, so will not be a stolen base, but Newberger still does move up into scoring position on the base paths. And now another runner in scoring position situation for the Hawklets. Kearney will look to get out of it like he got out of the situation in the third. His first pitch to Jack Carl is high for ball one. Carl's first time up, he worked a really strong at bat with 2 outs. In the top half of the second, he takes strike one there from Kearney, but his first time up, took ball one, fouled back a pair of pitches, then took back-to-back balls before being hit by the 3-2 pitch. And once again, Kearney gets ahead 1-2 on him.
It's a beautiful breaking ball there from Kearney. Just dips right as it crosses the plate. He's up in the count. Opportunity here.
One-two from Kearney in the dirt. Good block by Caniglio. And the count goes to 2-2. That one in the zone for strike three. Carl down on strikes, and Kearney gets out of his third straight scoreless inning. Junior Jays will look to get on the scoreboard in the bottom half of the fourth. 1-0 lead for Rockhurst at this point in the ballgame here at Jurgensen. bottom four, 3, 4, 5 hitters for the Junior Jays due up against Owen Hughes in his 4th inning of work. Charlie Ziola, who singled his first time up, will single his 2nd time up as well, being aggressive on the first pitch, and he gets on for the Junior Jays. First time that the leadoff man has gotten on today for either team here in the bottom of the 4th. And now a runner on with nobody out for Braden Cato. A pickoff throw from Hughes over to first, not in time. First pitch to Cato is low for ball 1.
Yeah, Junior Jays, this is the perfect start to this bottom of the 4th. Charlie Ziola attacking right away. And now they've kind of got the blueprint set up to at least tie this ball game. But now they've got to execute, as you said. 3, 4, 5 due up. As Cato hitting in the cleanup spot. Not normal for him, but Junior Jays are going to have to find ways to manufacture runs, especially having been down for the entire game at this point.
Count 1-1 on Cato, who's showing bunt, but that one misses up and away for ball 2. Cato swings and rockets that one foul. Got some good contact on it, just wasn't able to keep it fair. And now the count 2-2. Pickoff over to first. Ziola gets back yet again. And then Cato swings and misses on the pitch there from Hughes. That's already strikeout number 6 for the Rockhurst lefty. And there's one gone here in the bottom of the 4th.
Hughes has been dealing so far, as you mentioned, 6 strikeouts already, here through 3 1/3. As that's a good response to the leadoff single. He keeps Ziola at bay, and now he'll try to attack now against Tony Caniglio.
That first pitch strike to Caniglio was only pitch number 49 for Hughes thus far. This next one will be pitch number 50. Caniglio gets his bat on it, and he gets a base hit into right field. Ziola will make it all the way to third. And it'll be runners on the corners with one out on some good hitting from Tony Caniglio. Prime scoring opportunity for the Junior Jays now is great at bat there from their catcher, who will get courtesy ran for by Ben Marquis over at first.
That was a perfect piece of hitting there from Caniglio. First baseman was pulled towards the bag because he was holding on Ziola. And then Caniglio sneaks it perfectly right where the first baseman usually is, past the diving glove, and then into right field. Ziola easily able to go first to third. And now runners in the corners. Tying run is 90 feet away for the Junior Jays here with only one out. In the bottom of the 4th, we got to be careful of the double play ball.
After the mound visit, it will be Liam Smithberg, the DH, up at the plate.
Liam Smithberg.
Flew out to shallow left field to the shortstop in Tyler Coffin back in the 2nd. Smithberg showing bunt, gets it down, and it rolls foul. If it would have stayed fair, it would have scored Ziola, but instead count just goes 0-1 on him.
That was a really good idea there from the Junior Jays. Smithberg with a push bunt that would have caught the Hawklets off guard, and with Ziola's speed, he most likely would have been able to score, but just rolls fell. And now Rockhurst with an opportunity.
That's a rocket right to Coffin. It's short. Ziola gets back. That was a scary play for the Junior Jays. But Ziola does get back safely. He's
in some pain, though. He got hit, I believe, on the, would be his right leg as he was diving back to third. And he popped right up because he assumed that the ball had kicked away, but having it hit him kept it put, and it most likely saved a run for the Hawklets as the Junior Jays keep Ziola right there at third, just 90 feet away now. 2 outs, though.
first pitch high for ball 1 to Jack Cosgrove. And a pair of very unfortunate breaks for the Junior Jays there, both with it not getting away due to hitting Ziola and the fact that Smithburg absolutely rocketed that ball to short and yet just hit it directly at Coffin. The 1-1 is fouled back by Cosgrove. That one outside, a stolen base for Marquis, and the throw got away, allowing Ziola to score. And the Junior Jays get their first run of the game across due to some solid base running and a throw getting away.
Yeah, that throw hit Marquis as he was diving into second, but it wouldn't have mattered. There was no one there to even apply the tag, but nonetheless, we've got ourselves a tie game.
That one misses to Cosgrove. So correction, the previous pitch was a strike on the play that resulted in the run, and that one missing away makes it 2-2. And Cosgrove takes that one for ball 3, so now it's a full count. Marquis not guaranteed to go here with force play not in order. Hughes' pitch, Cosgrove gets his bat on it, drifting, but it will go foul. Pitch number 7 here to Cosgrove. Hughes steps off the mound, and
Marquis has so much speed up there at second. They're really going to want to try to keep him at bay.
Cosgrove swings and misses for strike 3. Hughes with strikeout number 7 to get out of the inning, but the Junior Jays do get their first run of the game across. Game tied here after 4. We'll be back for the top of the 5th here on CPSN. top 5 here at Jurgensen. Creighton Prep and Rockhurst, even at 1 run apiece, each team has 1 run scored and 4 hits through the first 4 innings. As Josh Carney gets strike 1 across to Tucker Poe, it's the 8-9 one-hitters due up for the Hawklets. Poe grounded out to the shortstop Garrett Anderson to end the top half of the second, and he grounds over to Braden Cato at third, who has had a very busy day in the field and makes the play for out number 1.
As you said, Cato, very busy day over there at the hot corner. It's the reason they call it the hot corner, as everything feels like it's getting shot down that way towards third, but he's really been able to hold his ground. And he's a big reason this Junior J defense has only allowed 1 run up to this point.
Michael Shablisky up at the plate for the Hawklets. Through his first 4+ innings of work, Carney has retired the leadoff man in each of his first 5 innings. And yet again, the second batter of the inning reaches base as the 9-hole hitter in Shablisky gets the base hit, and Rockhurst gets another runner on with 1 gone.
Shablisky stung that one up the middle. He got a pitch that he loved. Perfect contact, shoots it right up the middle into center. And now in the later stages of this one, every base runner starts to feel more and more important.
Pickoff throw over to first, almost got away, but Cosgrove able to pick it. It's the leadoff man, Tyler Coffin, who grounded out his first time and singled his second time, would steal a pair of bases after he reached base that first time up. Shablisky running. Coffin hits it the other way for a base hit, and that will put runners on the corners with 1 gone here in the top half of the 5th.
That's a perfect hit and run. They caught Cosgrove out of position over there at first as the runner took off. Shablisky goes first to third. Runners on the corners, 1 away, and Rockhurst threatening to take this lead right back.
With Gunther up at the plate, Carney will potentially be looking for a double play ball. Gets strike 1 in there to Gunther.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario you can hope for the Junior Jays, is some sort of grounder up the middle or over to third. A double play ball to get out of the inning would be picture perfect.
Pickoff over to first, but Coffin will get back after what he did in the 3rd inning. Definitely a major threat on the base paths for this Hawklet team. So the Junior Jays will look to keep him held over at first as much as they possibly can. Gunther puts that one in play, but that will get just past Carney for a base hit. Coffin goes first to third. Remains runners on the corners, and Rockhurst back in front on the RBI single from Gunther.
Junior Jays tied things up in the bottom of the 4th, but the Hawklets with 3 straight hits take the lead right back. And it's a good chance they're not done. Runners on the corners still with only 1 out.
Warren Robertson, who they've gotten out each of his first 2 times, steps up to the plate, but in the 3-hole spot of the lineup, still a very dangerous threat.
Believe that to be Oliver Goebbels over there in the Junior J bullpen.
Carney looking to get out of this inning, only having given up the 1 run, but he will have his work cut out for him here. Runner going, pitch low and away. Gunther will steal second with not really much of an effort to stop him, and that takes a double play out of order. Infield shifting in here on a 1-1 count. In the event of a ground ball, they're looking to get Coffin at the plate. Robertson gets a hold of it and gets a base hit down the left field line. That will score both Coffin and Gunther. And Robertson ends up at second with a 2-run double. And Rockhurst's lead increases to 4-1.
Yeah, and that, after 4 straight hits from the Hawklets, will do it for Josh Carney. He had a solid first 4 innings, but this 5th inning, Rockhurst has really started to get after him, and it's unfortunately going to put a sour end to his day.
Carney's final line, 4 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, no walks, and 4 strikeouts, and he will exit with 1 gone in the top half of the 5th. Oliver Goebbels enters the game in relief. We will be back momentarily here on CPSN. Rockhurst still threatening to add more runs in the inning. Junior Jays will look to keep him off the board. Back here for the top of inning number 5. 1 gone in the frame. Rockhurst getting 3 off of 4 straight hits against Josh Carney. And now a chance to add even more as the Junior Jays bring in Oliver Goebbels out of the bullpen. Was a tie ball game entering the top half of the 5th, but Rockhurst getting 3 to retake the lead. Goebbels has been strong on the mound this year. 12 1/3 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts to 3 walks, an ERA of .57 in his first 4 appearances. He'll look to get a hold of this Rockhurst offense. A breaking ball generates a swing and a miss from DeMario, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI double on the day. Runner going, pitch outside. Caniglio's throw down to third. Cato not able to gather it on the hop, but it doesn't kick far enough away to allow the runner to score. But regardless, a runner now at third with just 1 out, so a ball in the outfield could bring him in. Infield shifted in to try and prevent a ground ball from scoring him, but they didn't even need to worry about the ground ball because Goebbels ends up getting a strikeout, and there are 2 gone. Bo Newberger up at the plate trying to bring across what would be their 4th run of the inning. Goebbels gets strike 1 across to Newberger. Just misses outside for ball 1. Low and away for ball 2. That one misses for ball 3, and already in danger of putting Newberger on. Swing and a miss on a great fastball from Goebbels, and this count runs full.
Yeah, great fastball there from Goebbels as he just blows that one by. Now he's got himself an opportunity to get out of the inning.
The 3-2, another swing and a miss on a high pitch from Goebbels. Back-to-back punch-outs get them out of the inning. Rockhurst plates 3, but Goebbels able to put a stop to their rally as he strikes out both batters he faces, and the Junior Jays keep it a 3-run game. They'll look to get some runs on the board in the bottom of the 5th. We'll be back here on CPSN. Bottom 5 here at Jurgensen. Rockhurst plating 3 in the top half to take this from a tie ball game to a 4-1 lead. And Owen Hughes, with some additional run support, will look to get another strong inning of work. His first pitch to Garrett Anderson, low for ball 1. Hughes's line through 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 run, which was earned, and 7 strikeouts. Gets strike 1 across to Garrett Anderson there. And he takes strike 2. Anderson worked a pretty good at batting up. And now who settles back in. The 2-2. Anderson puts it in play. Another grounder over to second. Shablisky over to Carl for out number 1. And the leadoff man yet again retired for these pitchers, as that has been a pretty common theme today. Only once when Charlie Ziola singled to open off the inning, later came around to score. But now with 1 gone, it'll be Teddy Stratman, who doubled his first time. Count goes 1-1 on him. Stratman's got some good speed in the corners, playing back. Could be a spot where he could lay down a bunt. Instead, he swings away and hits that ball in a left center field, but it will be caught out there by Poe for out number 2. And a pair of quick outs for the lefty and Hughes to open off the bottom of the 5th.
Number 4, Logan Birchfield.
strike one to Logan Birchfield, who 0 for 2 from the leadoff spot today, looking to fare a bit better his third time up. Hughes starts him off 0 and 2. Pitch number 70 so far for Hughes in the dirt for ball one. One, two, swing and a miss. Hughes with strikeout number 8. He's gone 5 innings of 1-run ball. We'll be back for the top half of the 6th. Rockhurst still leading by 3, entering the final 2 frames here at Jurgensen. Top 6. 4-1 lead for Rockhurst at this point, as Oliver Goebel's back out here for the top half of the 6th after he struck out the first 2 batters he has faced so far today in relief of Josh Carney back in the top half of the 5th. Quickly gets into a 1-1 count against the third baseman Nick Sapola. Sapola fouls that one back off of Caniglio. Count goes 1 and 2. One, two, breaking ball gets a swing and a miss. Goebbels has struck out 3 straight to open off his outing, and there is 1 gone here in the top half of inning number 6.
Yeah, it's been a good start to this outing for Goebbels. As you mentioned, 3 straight punch-outs for his first 3 outs that he's recorded. So he continues to fire stuff in there. It's really what the Junior Jays need, is they're down to 6 outs on offense. Already down 3.
Pair of solid pitches in the zone. The first freezing Carl for a strike, and then the second one fouled back to the screen. Count goes 0 and 2. And Carl fouls that one back to keep it 0 and 2. We've seen both the Junior Jays pitchers and Owen Hughes for Rockhurst throw a lot of strikes so far today. Carl gets his bat on it, and that will fall for a base hit. They get him over at first, actually.
That is something you don't see every day, a 9-3 putout. Anthony was playing super far in out there and right because the wind is blowing in. He didn't quite realize it at first, but he was able to pick that one up, fire over to first for the second out of the inning. As now here's a grounder over to Anderson, on to first. And that will do it for the top half of the sixth. Junior Jays keep it a 4-1 game. But as mentioned, 6 outs to work with on offense. We'll be back here on CPSN.
Bottom half of inning number 6, Owen Hughes back out there for the Hawklets, excuse me. His line thus far, 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, no walks, and 8 strikeouts, but Cal Anthony swings at the first pitch and hits it into the gap, and that will go for a leadoff double. So the Junior Jays get a runner in scoring position to open off the inning in a situation where they really needed it. And a strong start to this frame against Hughes puts them in a solid spot.
Yep, it's exactly what you needed if you were the Junior Jays. Cal Anthony just goes up there, puts one right in the left center gap. And now Charlie Ziola with a runner in scoring position, no one out. Some work to do for the Junior Jays, down 3.
That one ran up and in, and it hit Ziola up high. That was scary. I couldn't tell if it hit him in the shoulder or it got him in the helmet. But the training staff out to check on him, as that was pretty scary, and he will exit the game, as Quinn Peterson will come in to run for him. That was very scary, but Ziola able to walk off on his own power, and I'm glad to see he's doing all right after that. A very scary pitch that just ran up and in and got him. And they'll check on him in the dugout. Now back to the action. Braden Cato showing bunt and takes ball 1.
See, at this point for the Junior Jays, it's go time. Tying run coming to the plate now.
Cato showing bunt again. That one misses for ball 2. Runners on first and second to open off the frame. There is some motion in the Rockhurst bullpen. It's a bunt over to the mound. Hughes' throw to third gets away,
and Anthony will score. Peterson moves up to third, Cato to second, and the throwing error brings home a run. Lead down to 2 here in the bottom of inning number 6.
Wow, that was the perfect case scenario for the Junior Jays. Thought for sure that was going to be a force out to third on the bunt. Rockhurst nearly played it perfectly, but disaster as Hughes overthrows the third baseman, allows a run to score.
And the pop-up from Caniglio will be caught by Michael Schlabisky over at second. Makes the catch for out number 1, and the catcher is retired.
Tying run now, though, still in scoring position.
Liam Smithberg, who absolutely rocketed one to short, but just hit it directly at Tyler Coffin his last time up, steps up to the plate. He's seen the ball well against Hughes today, just an unlucky break his last time up. He'll look to put together a strong at-bat and at the very least get on base to keep it with just 1 out. Takes strike 2. Hughes' pitch count running up there a little bit. He's at 81 after that last pitch. Sets back in the 1-2. Smithberg hits it in play. Schlabisky over to Carl for out number 2, but it is a productive out as he brings home the second run of the inning. And this is a 4-3 game.
Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter. Looks like John Lysek will come to the plate. And it'll be the San Diego signee to pinch hit here with 2 out in the bottom of the 6th. And the tying run in Braden Cato just 90 feet away over there at third.
Lysek pinch hitting for Jack Cosgrove. Takes a first pitch strike on the outer part of the zone. Braden Cato standing on third. That one just misses for ball 1. Lysek gets his bat on it, but it slices foul. Count goes 1-2. Hughes just looking to get through his 6th inning of work. His 1-2 breaking ball that just remained up high, and Lysek takes it for ball 2. The 2-2, Lysek fouls that one back. A strong at bat for Lysek entering the game as a pinch hitter. This will be pitch number 6. Takes ball 3 and the count runs full.
This is such a big spot here. Full count, 2 outs, bottom 6. Could be a huge momentum shift.
Foul back by Lysek. He remains alive in this count. This will be pitch number 8 to the pinch hitter. The 3-2 misses up high for ball 4. An 8-pitch walk from Lysek, an amazing at bat for him. And now there are runners on the corners with 2 outs and the inning's still alive.
What an at bat there from the pinch hitter. John Lysek, 8 pitches and draws the walk, keeps the inning going. And now Garrett Anderson finds himself in a big spot here now.
Lysick on first, Cato on third. First pitch strike to Anderson. He's grounded out to second each of his first 2 times up today. Takes ball 1. Lysick with a delayed steal. That takes a potential force at second out of the picture.
That's big, though, because anything to the outfield could threaten as a lead-taking single.
Anderson swings and misses. Count goes 1-2. A big pitch here on 1-2. And Hughes gets it in there for a called strike 3. Anderson down looking, and Hughes gets out of his 6th inning of work. Junior Jays do score 2, however, to make this a 1-run game. They'll look to get some runs in the bottom half of the 7th, but first need to get through the top half. We'll be back here on CPSN. Top half of inning number 7. Rockhurst leading 4-3 as they'll look to add some insurance runs off of Oliver Goebbels. The 9-1-2 hitters due up for the Hawklets. It's Michael Schlabisky starting off the frame for Rockhurst, and he takes ball 1 from Goebbels. That breaking ball doesn't hook back in, and the count goes 2-0. Ball 3 up high. And now Goebbels in a precarious spot. Gets a strike in there. The 3-1 ground ball over to short. Throw down from Anderson to Jack Cosgrove in time for out number 1. And the Junior Jays have set down the leadoff man in all 7 innings so far today. Lines for each of these 2 teams: 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, and 5 runners left on base for Rockhurst, as Coffin will ground out to Cosgrove over at first for out number 2. Meanwhile, for the Junior Jays, 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 error, and 5 left on base. 2 gone. It will be William Gunther up at the plate. Entered the game as a replacement for Charlie Bernstein Struck out his first time, then got an RBI single, and came around to score his second. Gunther swings, hits it in the air to right. That will drop for a base hit, and Rockhurst gets a runner on with 2 outs. The first base runner they've gotten against Goobles. And they've got a base runner with 2 outs in the 7th.
Single brings up center fielder 35, Ward Robertson.
Already 9 hits on the evening for Rockhurst. They've really been able to piece up these Junior J pitchers so far. That one high in the air.
Bit of a tough read for Ziola as that one just hung up there, but he makes the catch out in left for out number 3, a scoreless frame for Goobles. He goes 2 2/3 scoreless, but the Junior Jays will need to get runs across in the bottom half of the 7th to stay alive. They trail by 1. Heading into the frame, we'll be back here on CPSN. Back here for the bottom half of the 7th, Junior Jays need to get at least 1 run across to stay alive. They will face a new pitcher for the first time today. It's Sam Maselli on the mound for the Hawklets to try and get these final 3 outs. He will look to do so against the 9-1-2 hitters in the Junior J lineup. Teddy Stratman leading off the frame and takes strike 1. Maselli's 0-1 misses high for ball 1. Owen Hughes, his final line on the day, 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts. A flare shot by Stratman. He's got a base hit, and the Junior Jays have a runner on with nobody out.
Perfect start to the inning for Stratman as he pokes that one just over the glove of the second baseman. Leadoff single. Puts the tying run on base. Obviously, Junior Jays down to their final 3 runs here in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
Stratman with 4 stolen bases on the year could be a threat to go at first. Birchfield lays down a bunt, but it will roll foul. If that one stayed fair, Stratman would have been able to take third as nobody covering over there. Birchfield showing bunt again. Gets his bat on it, hanging up in the air, almost caught by DeMario on the fly, but just barely out of his reach, and Birchfield stays alive. Count goes 0-2, but the bunt likely off of the table.
Yeah, it was a dangerous bunt there from Birchfield. Popped it up over on the left side, but thankfully for the Junior Jays, just out of the reach of the Hawklets catcher, and they stay alive. But now Birchfield down 0-2.
The 0-2 misses outside for ball one. This Junior J team likes to steal on 1-2 counts. Could be a situation where Strapman goes. He does not, but Birchfield gets his bat on it. It just hangs up long enough for Tucker Poe to make the play out and left, and there is one gone.
That is a tough spot there for Birchfield. Gets good contact on it, turns on it, but as you said, just hangs in the air long enough for the left fielder to make the grab. Right now, interesting spot here. We got lefty on lefty. So a favorable matchup for the Junior Jays.
Ball one to Cal Anthony. Rockhurst got him out each of his first 2 times, but his 3rd time up roped a leadoff double in the bottom half of the 6th. Later came around to score on a throwing error by Owen Hughes. And the count goes 2-0 as Anthony did not go around. Count to Anthony, swinging away, hits it on the ground to Slabisky over at second, over to Coffin at short, back to first in time for out number 3, and a game-ending double play gets Rockhurst the win on the front half of this doubleheader as they knock off the Junior Jays 4-3. Rough start to this doubleheader for Creighton Prep. They'll look to answer back in the second half, but Rockhurst getting the opening win thanks to a strong start from Owen Hughes, who goes 6 innings. And the Hawklets start off the day with a win. We will be back for the second game of the doubleheader shortly here on CPSN. Rough start for the Junior Jays, but they'll look to at least even it up in game number 2.
Welcome back to Game 2 of our Junior J doubleheader against Rockhurst. I'm Jack Moore on the call. We've got Colton Alder here. Braden Coe starting on the mound for the Junior Jays today. Yeah.
And Nebraska commit Braden Cato struggled with control at points this season, but looking to put together a good outing here today. Played really well defensively in the first game of this doubleheader. Got a ton of ground balls hit to him over at third.
With Cato pitching now, Max Petro moves to third base.
And in addition, Bo Reverts will be the new catcher as Tony Caniglio will DH in the second game. Be Tyler Coffin leading off for Rockhurst. In game one, he went 2 for 4, scored a run, and also stole 2 bases.
And his first pitch up in the air to left field. And John Lysick under that for an out.
That wind that is blowing in and to left field, limiting some offense. We've seen a lot of fly balls just hang up there out and left, be hit directly to fielders. Wind definitely benefiting the pitchers, and Cato takes full advantage of it and gets a quick first pitch out.
Started off second at bat, staying ahead. Fastball in the zone for a strike. Misses low with the second pitch.
This is Michael Schlabisky up at the plate. Hit 9th in the first game of the doubleheader, but now moving up to second, went 1 for 3 with a run scored.
And Cato, a 1-2 count. Two now here for Cato. This is low and away. 3-2. Counts full here.
We didn't see control really be an issue for the Junior Jays in the first game, but already a walk early on in this one. They didn't issue a single walk in all of game number 1, but a good at bat there from the Rockhurst second baseman, and now they've got a runner on with just 1 gone.
And Cato starts off the at-bat with a fastball right down the middle for a strike. Up and in for ball 1. And that one is driven straight to Ted Stratman in center field for out number 2.
Robertson got a solid hold of that one. Got quite a bit of his bat on it, but just hung up there, and Stratman able to make the play out there. We've seen that quite a bit so far today.
That wind is hard to fight through out there.
We've also seen the Junior Jays check on these Rockhurst runners quite a bit. They stole 4 bases in the first game, and they don't want them to get their first in the first inning here.
And Cato misses low for ball 1. Next pitch is fouled off.
DeMario was basically in the same situation in game number 1. Hit an RBI double into the gap that brought home a run. Looking to do some more of the same here. Got him on a delayed steal attempt. Caniglio staying focused, makes a good throw to get the runner at second for out number 3. We'll be back here for the bottom half of the first. Junior Jays get out of the first without allowing a run, and they'll look to add some in the bottom half here on CPSN.
And we are back for the bottom of the first inning. Logan Bridgefield leading off for the Junior Jays.
First pitch, but they do get a base runner on from that.
I had a coach tell me one time that it felt better on first, and I bet it does over there.
And we've seen a couple Junior Jays get hit by pitches so far today.
And Birchfield goes on the first pitch, and he was in there safely, but slid off the bag back around for an out.
It rushed in there. He's got great speed, but in that case, it came back to bite him a little bit. Just a bit too much momentum, and he slides off of the bag for the first out. It's a tough break, but that's out number 1, and they're going to have to move past it.
And Anthony hits that straight up into the infield, and it is dropped. And it is dropped by Coffin at short, leading to Anthony staying at first.
And Coffin's shown off a really good glove at short so far today. He's made some really tough plays, especially in the first game. So that's very surprising to see that drop come from him. But for the Junior Jays, they're happy to get that good break after they got a really bad one on the Birchfield steal attempt.
And Smither takes the first pitch into center field, and it gets hung up in the wind for the second out of the inning.
As you mentioned, that ball just kind of got caught in the wind. He got a really good hold of that, hit it pretty deep into one of the deeper parts of this ballpark, but just couldn't get as much of that as he needed due to that wind, and bit of a fortunate break for Evan Newman, as that's out number 2.
And on the first pitch, Anthony is caught stealing going to second. That'll do it for the first inning. We will see you at the top of the second here on CPSN. And we are back for the top of the second. DeMario leading off after he caught stealing last inning.
This has been a bizarre start to this game. Oh, in the first inning, there were 3 caught stealings, which it's very rare that you see that much in a single game, let alone a single inning.
DeMario squared on the first pitch, pulled back for a ball. And the second one misses low for ball 2.
For Cato, the biggest thing is just going to be putting the ball in the strike zone. You can't fall behind in these counts consistently. Just need to get
fouled off. Cato with a 2-1 count. Makes it 2-2.
It's a pair of really good competitive pitches there and gets him back in the count. He's going to need to do some more of that to get some big outs in this game.
And a swing and a miss for strike 3. I believe our first strikeout of the game.
Yeah, first punch out of the ball game. That was really solid breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. Just got DeMario to swing and miss on that, and big first out there for Cato.
And he continues that strike streak, landing a fastball inside for strike 1. And the second pitch is ripped hard on the ground, right past third base into left field. And an errant throw from left field will lead to an advance to second base.
Newberger got quite a bit on that one, just smoked it down the line, but it was a very bizarre play on the base paths. I thought off the bat that would have ended up extra bases, but looked like he was going to hold at third, and then the errant throw allows him to move up to second anyway. So ends up basically being a double after all.
And Cato continues staying ahead in the count, lands the first pitch fastball for a strike. And that one goes to the backstop. Alan Newberger to advance to third base. That one is hit into foul territory, bouncing into the bullpen. Make it a 1-2 count.
It almost might have benefited the Junior Jays that one dropped in foul territory, because I'd assume that would have probably scored Newberger from third had Anthony made the catch on that one.
Cato just misses for ball 2.
It's a tough pitch to lay off, but a good take there.
And he got him swinging at a breaking ball in the dirt for the second out.
Strikeout for the second out.
It's a great pitch there on 2-2. Some solid movement on that breaking ball. Just gets him to chase on one outside of the strike zone, and it's a big second out.
And the first pitch is wide outside to the backstop, but Newberger holds at third.
That was a great play by Reverts behind the plate. That one could have scored the first run of the game, but able to catch up to it quickly and not allow Newberger to end up scoring on that.
And almost the same exact thing on that play. Ball almost to the backstop. Newberger thought about it this time, but did not end up going.
Now 2-0, you can't afford to give up a wild pitch. You need to make him work to bring this run in.
And that ball is fouled off towards the third base side. Cato with the 2-1. In there for another foul ball towards third base side. Back up to 2-2, counts even.
He's put a few in the zone here to get back into it. Now 2-2. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to the breaking ball, as that's how he's got both of his first 2 strikeouts of the inning.
And the third pitch in a row is fouled off. He looks to have refound the zone here in this at-bat, after missing pretty badly in the first 2. And a weak ground ball to first base, and Smith makes the play to end the second. We will see you in the bottom half of the second inning on CBSN. Leading off the bottom half of the second for prep is the designated hitter, Tony Caniglio. Unlike the last time I was on the air, he is no longer my senior assassin target. So
Senior assassin down to about 10 now?
We are down to 10 now.
You're still in there?
Still in there. I did not. And that pitch misses high, make it a 1-1 count. One misses high again for ball 2.
At this point, how do you like your chances of winning?
Oh, I've been saying it since February that I'm gonna win, and you know, at this point, I've backed up the talk enough. I need to now. That's something in there for ball 3, 3-1 count. And
To open off the inning for the second straight frame, that was something they didn't really get a lot of in game number 1, but now a positive situation here for Reverts, who is filling in a catcher for Caniglio after he caught the first half of this doubleheader.
And that first one's in there for a called strike. The second pitch misses high. It's 1-1 count. So far, Caniglio is staying put at first. And he moves on the pitch, and a beautifully executed hit and run. As Caniglio ends up at second, Reavers at first. And that'll bring up Precho.
That was a good hit and run there, but in the end it didn't really matter as it ends up first and second anyway. The ball was hit to left, which prevented Caniglio from advancing over to third. But at this point, still a really good spot for the Junior Jays to be in this inning. And with 2 on, nobody out, this might be a bunt situation for Petro.
And he squares and misses up and in.
Petro's been a really strong hitter at the plate so far this season, 364, as he's gone 4 for 11. All 4 of his hits have gone for extra bases.
And he misses the bunt there, and the throw back to second, Caniglio is safe.
That was almost the 3rd time the Junior Jays have gotten out on the base paths so far in the second game. Definitely going to have to be more careful as this one goes along.
And Petro fouls it back. Don't know if we mentioned this, but Marquis is courtesy running for Reavers at first.
Courtesy ran for Caniglio in the opening game. We've seen him in that role quite a bit this season. He's stolen 4 bases this year, so definitely a speed threat on the base paths, but the stolen base not really in order with a runner blocking him at second.
And Petro takes a breaking ball for ball 2. Pitch. And Petro strikes out looking for the first out of the inning. Bringing it up, John Lysick.
That was a really strong pitch there from Newman. Just get that ball in the strike zone and just gets that one in there and strikes Petro out. Big first out there for Newman, and now a double play would end the inning, although Lysick would be a difficult out for a potential double play.
And he takes the first pitch for a strike. The second pitch up and in again on a breaking ball. The 1-1. This is up. And Newman with the 2-1 delivery. And Lessig swings over it, 2-2.
And Newman has, over half of his pitches have been balls, but for the most part, he's been able to avoid super dangerous counts on the mound. And
got him at 2-2 here. And Lessig strikes out looking for the second batter in a row.
that was some good pitching there. Get his second straight backwards K. And both of those first 2 outs have been via the punch out, haven't allowed either of these runners to advance. Just some good pitches right where they absolutely needed it on the part of Newman.
And it brings up the shortstop, Garrett Anderson. Takes the breaking ball up for ball 1. And the second pitch is in there for a strike. Newman continuing to, while missing the zone occasionally, he's finding the count at the right time. Able to get the ball in the zone he needs to be. And Anderson fouls that one off. Making it a 1-2 count. Here are 2 outs.
Now 1-2 count. Just need to focus on putting this ball in play. Anderson can make it a tough play with his speed, with a ball on the ground, and with the infield playing back. A slow roller could get him on. So he just needs to get his bat on it. And
that misses up, making it a 2-2 count. Talking about his speed, there's speed on the bases as well, so anything in play gives him a shot here.
A ball that gets down in the outfield could potentially score Cadiglio from second. Anything in the gap could score Marquis from first.
And another fastball up. The count is full here with 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
And that speed threat on the base paths is even more increased at this point because both of these runners are going to be taking off on a 3-2 count.
And Anderson puts that ball into right field. And it is just fair, scoring Caniglio easily, as well as Marquis for a stand-up double.
Either a long at bat and just getting his bat on it, blooping it into right field, and it drops for a hit. And due to both of the runners taking off on a 3-2 count, Marquis able to round the bases as well. Just a great at bat there from Anderson, and he gives the Junior Jays an early 2-0 lead.
That first pitch on Stratman is in there for a strike.
The Junior Jays are working up Newman's pitch count a little bit. He only threw 6 pitches in that eventful bottom half of the first inning, but so far in the second, he's already thrown 25, moving his count up to 31 overall.
And Stratman puts that into the air down the right field line, and that'll end up foul.
Again, this infield's playing a little bit back on a speedy Junior J hitter.
takes for a 1-2 count here.
After Stratman, top of the order, comes back up as Logan Birchfield is on deck.
And he puts that in play. Deep for Coffin there in the 5-6 hole. And easy infield single there for Stratman, while keeping it in the infield, kept Anderson there at third.
That was a really smart play over at short. He knew he didn't have a play on the speedy Stratman over at first, so not throwing it over to first, a good decision, as Anderson probably would have scored on that. And Evan Newman's night is going to be over after just 1 2/3 innings. We will briefly step aside. Junior Jays have already scored 2 and a chance to add some more with runners on the corners. We'll be back here on CPSN.
Back here in the bottom of the second after the pitching change. Top of the order up for the Junior Jays as Birchfield awaits the pitch. And that misses for a ball inside. Gillespie on the mound for Rockhurst here. And the second pitch is in there for a strike, making it a 1-1 count.
Yeah, Matthew Gillespie getting the call pretty early in this one. Evan Newman not even making it through 2 innings, gives up a pair in this frame, and Rockhurst already turning to their bullpen. But this is a very dangerous spot for him with the top of the lineup.
And the pitch misses outside, and Stratman advances to second base, giving Birchfield 2 runners in scoring position here with 2 outs.
And with Stratman's speed, any ball that lands in the outfield is going to score 2. So that is a big-time stolen base for the Junior Jays.
And that is in there for a strike. 2-2 count here with 2 outs.
On 2-2. Strategy is going to be similar to what it was for Anderson when he was up. Just put the ball in play.
And Birchfield strikes out looking for the 3rd out of the inning. Junior Jays get 2, and we'll see you at the top of the 3rd here on CPSN. here, back at the top of the third inning.
The fielder, number 7, Tucker Poe.
Tucker Poe leading off for Rockhurst here. Cato still on the mound for the Junior Jays. And the first pitch. Breaking ball for a strike. Second pitch misses low and in for ball 2. Pitch fouled off back onto the school, making it a 1-2 count. Cato able to get ahead of his first batter here in a favorable position. And he misses outside.
Now, 2-2, this bottom of the order posed some trouble for Josh Carney in game number 1.
Post stays alive, fouled off the pitch.
This is a solid at bat so far. Already 5 pitches so far.
And he gets him swinging on a breaking ball below the zone for out number 1.
Yeah, third strikeout already for Braden Cato. That was a really strong breaking ball there. Gets a swing and a miss from Poe. And a big first out in this frame for Cato.
And the first pitch of the at-bat just misses for a ball. Second pitch in there for a strike, making it a 1-1 count.
William Gunther stepped in at the number 2 spot of the lineup for Rockhurst after Charlie Bernstein left the game in game number 1, and he went 2 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. So he's given the Junior Jays some trouble so far today.
Now batting the 9-hole, 2-1 count. Swings and a miss for strike 2. Cato again, 2-2. And he gets him for strike 3.
And that punch out for Cato will make it 4 of his last 6 batters he's set down via the strikeout.
And that brings the top of the order back up with the shortstop Coffin up to bat. And he calls time.
His first time up, he flew out on the very first pitch that he saw. And then in the bottom half made a very uncharacteristic error at short on the pop-up from Cal Anthony. Looking to redeem himself a little bit at the plate here.
First pitch, he checked his swing for a ball. And Cato lands one in there for a strike. The 1-1. Goes around for a bunt. And he pulled back just in time. 2-1 count.
It's a bit of a surprise for him to show bunt there. Junior Jays weren't expecting that. Interesting to see if he goes back to that at any point. Appears not.
Swing and a miss, making it 2-2 here with 2 outs in the bottom, top of the third. And Cato misses high for full count. And That one just misses for ball 4.
Walk the Creighton, brings up second baseman. Trubisky.
We've seen control be a little bit more of an issue in this game for both teams than it was in Game 1. The Junior Jays didn't walk anybody in Game 1. Meanwhile, Rockhurst issued just one walk and a hit by pitch, but so far the Junior Jays have drawn a walk and been hit by a pitch, and Cato has walked 2 batters so far.
And he gets ahead in the count here, like the first pitch strike.
Shablisky was the first guy he walked back in the top half of the first.
And he calls time. Cato with the 0-1. Inside. Good play by Reverts there to keep the ball from getting away from him and allowing that runner to advance to second.
We've seen Reverts make some pretty solid plays behind the plate so far today, preventing runners from advancing and catching a runner stealing. He's been really impressive there so far.
And time is called as Cato is getting ready to release the pitch. It looked like it would have been a strike.
Yeah, that's something that Cato's not going to like very much.
And he jams him. Ball to first and an out.
Ground out to first base for the final out. No
Cato blanks
No hits, no
Rockhurst
errors.
again here in the top of the third, and we'll be back at the bottom here on CPSN.
From the bottom half.
And we are back. The bottom of the third inning, led off by the Junior J right fielder, Kyle Anthony.
Anthony.
Gillespie came in the bottom half, struck out the first batter that he faced, looking for some similar success in his first full inning of work.
Second pitch in there for a strike.
Cal Anthony was a part of that eventful first inning. Hit a pop-up that was dropped by the shortstop Tyler Coffin and then was caught stealing.
And he drives that ball into the ground towards first base. And the play is made for the first out of the bottom half of the third inning.
First baseman.
A very quick first out there from Gillespie, who's started to settle in quite a bit on the mound after he entered in relief. Now it's going to be Liam Smithberg, who saw the ball really well in the first game.
And a breaking ball inside for ball 1. Up and in there. Third pitch misses outside, bringing up 3-0 count.
This is a good start to the at-bat for Smithberg, just being very patient, not forcing any swings, and just...
And through 3-1 is called a strike.
Smithberg thought that one was ball 4, but ends up just making the count full.
And he hits the ball too short, deep, and the throw by Coffin is on target. Great play there by the Rockhurst shortstop for round number 2 of this inning.
It's a very difficult play over there at short, but we've seen Coffin make some pretty solid defensive plays so far in both games thus far today, and that might have been his best one. Able to make an extremely difficult throw to get Smithburg over at first, and Gillespie gets the first 2 outs of this inning.
And Caniglio watches the first pitch for a strike. And the 0-1 misses high. Up and in there for ball 2.
Tony drew a walk his first time up and later came around to score on the 2-run double by Garrett Anderson. And he's in an advantageous count once again. Got to a 3-1 count before drawing a walk on the 3-1 pitch his first time up, and now gets another 3-1 here against Gillespie.
Fouls that one off, bringing up a full count. Gillespie with the full count here with 2 outs. And he misses, walking Caniglio and bringing him to catcher Bo Reverts.
Another really solid at bat from Tony Caniglio. Draws his second walk of this ball game, and now they have a runner on with 2 outs. And Reverts, who also got on his first time up with a single, has a chance to get something going here.
A miss low and away for ball 1. Gillespie checking Caniglio over at first. And the pitch. Fastball in the inside corner for a strike. The 1-1 misses low.
Now 2-1, this might be a count where they're going to send Caniglio, but they keep him there.
Reverts fouls it straight back, making it a 2-2 count. Here are 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. And the pitch, Caniglio runs. This is high, and Caniglio is in there safe at second base. Very close play.
Well, I was off by 1 pitch.
Off by 1 pitch there. Still pretty good. Bringing up a full count here for Reverts with Tony Caniglio at second. The bottom of the 3rd.
That's a big stolen base that puts him in a situation where any hit has a good chance of scoring him.
And Reverts watches strike 3 at the bottom of the 3rd. We'll see you at the top of the 4th here in a 2-0 ball game. back here in the top of the 4th inning. Cato still on the mound for the Junior Jays. And the first pitch is grounded through the 5-6 hole for a single. Bringing up the catcher, Evan DeMario.
Single brings up catcher number 23, Evan DeMario.
DeMario struck out in his first at-bat today. Cato with the 0-0. And DeMario calls time. And Cato misses low and away for ball 1. Robertson at first. DeMario up to bat here. Trying to cut into the 2-0 prep lead. And that ball is fouled back. DeMario in a 1-1 count here. Runner on first. And he calls time again. Cato with the 1-1. And he checks Robertson over at first. He is safe. And he misses low and away for ball 2. The 2-1 to DeMario. Lands it in there for a strike. Two count here for Cato. He checks the runner first. He grounds it to third. Petro to second for an out, and he makes it to first. So DeMario reaches on a fielder's choice. Robertson out advancing to second. Bringing up the designated hitter, Newberger.
Coming to the plate for the Hawks, the designated hitter, Bo Newberger.
Newberger singled down the third base line last time. 1 out with a runner on first. And DeMario slides into second with no play. 1-0 here. The 1-0 misses just outside for ball 2. The 2-0. Misses just low, making a 3-0 count here for Newberger. Cato's 60th pitch of the day. And DeMario to third. And he stays at third, ball 4 there for Newberger. So runners on first and third here with 1 out for Cato.
Yeah, and that was a rough at bat because now situation where runners are on the corners with just 1 out, and there's going to be a mound meeting to address the situation at hand.
This is my least favorite things here in the outfield, those mound meetings. You're just out there and you're so lonely. Got nobody to talk to. They're all being buddies up on the mound. It's awful.
Yeah, not much to do during a mound visit, especially with not a lot of people in the outfield in terms of spectators or anything that you can talk with.
You get lucky if you were in right and there was like lacrosse practice going on the fields over there, but today there's nothing going on.
Looks like some throwers are doing some practice, but they are pretty far away from where the outfield.
And Cato here. The bunt is fouled back into the catcher reverse.
Cato struck out Nick Sapola his first time up.
Looking to do the same here to keep these runners from advancing any farther.
With the force play at first, a potential double play could be in order here, but
Outfield or infield looks to be playing. And Cato misses inside. The ball gets past Reverts. And DeMario slides into home safe, making it a 1-2 ball game.
another wild pitch, creating chaos on the base paths, and DeMario just rushing home safely. At this point,
Newberger advanced to second on the play as well, making a 1-1 count here. One runner on at second with one out.
Rockhurst cutting this lead in half now.
And Cato lands the pitch for a strike.
Situation for the Junior Jays where you might need to get some insurance runs in the bottom half. But first, need to get out of this inning with as little damage as possible.
And Cato just misses on the 1-2. 2-2 count here for Sapola, who again struck out in his first at bat in this game. And he puts that into the ground to first, and Smither beats him to the bag for the second out of the inning.
Some heads-up defense from Smithburg to rush to the bag there, prevent Sapola from legging it out for an infield single. Does move the runner up to third, but any out gets him out of this frame, doesn't have to worry about the runner advancing at all if Credifiz gets his bat on it but fouls it back.
0-2 here for Cato, looking to get out of this inning. Only one run of damage.
This might be a spot where he wants to go back to that breaking ball. That's worked for him really well with 2 strikes so far today, but
Shook off a pitch, and here's the 0-2. Misses up.
on 0-2, he decided to go with the heat. That was a pitch that he absolutely wanted.
And he gets him chasing on an outside. Here, in the middle of the fourth inning, 1-2 ball game. Prep still in the lead. We'll see you here back on CPSN.
No hits, one left on base. 2-1 to go to the bottom of the
And we are back here in the bottom of the fourth. Petro leading off for the Junior Jays. Ball very close to hitting him there. And Petro watches strike one. 1-1 count here.
This is the first time Gillespie has faced this bottom part of the order. Entered against the leadoff man in Birchfield, so he's going to face Petro, Lysick, and Anderson for the first time today. This was part of the order that gave Newman a lot of trouble, as Anderson and Stratman both got hits off of him.
And Petro works a full count. And he fouls that one off, staying alive.
There's some good hitting here from Petro to force Gillespie to throw some pitches here, and this is pitch number 7 now.
And that one is fouled straight back onto the roof of the press box.
Yeah, it looked like DeMario might have had a chance at that for a second, but it just kept drifting out of play, and it's always scary up here when the ball hits the roof.
Yeah, you take that roof out of there, I'm catching that one. And that is ball 4. No, I got my glove right behind me here. The sky is not falling.
Left fielder, number 17, John.
Petro with the walk there, bringing up left fielder John Lysick.
That's a really solid plate appearance. Forces him to throw 8 pitches and gets on base at the end of it. And now the leadoff man on for the Junior Jays yet again. And really good start to this frame.
And Lysick fouls off the first pitch down the first base line. The 0-1 to Lysick. And he tags it up the middle, and it gets down and bounces over the center fielder's head, allowing Petro to advance to third base.
That was a situation where it didn't necessarily take a bad bounce, but Robertson just misread it. I think he thought he was going to have a chance at making that play on the fly and just charged it a bit too hard for it. And
playing on turf, every field plays a little bit differently with the bounces, so up here in Omaha for his first time. But Anderson again with a chance to do damage, driving in 2 his last time up. Here with 2 on runners on first and third, no outs. And he squares around to bunt, and he pushes it towards first base. And that sac bunt drives in Petro for making a 3-run ball game here in the bottom of the 4th.
that is some good hitting there from Anderson. Just put that ball in play in a position where they can't really get Petro at the plate, and he brings home his 3rd run of the game. Just some great hitting on his part, and now this lead up to 2.
And Stratman still with a runner in scoring position here with 1 out. And the first pitch is in there for a strike.
Stratman's seen the ball really well today. When you combine his hit earlier today with his performance in last game, he's 3 for 4 with a double thus far.
And he puts that one high up into right field. And it is a foul ball. The ball just hung up there and kept drifting with the wind.
That's a difficult play for Gunther out there in right. It's a difficult read. I don't know if that's going to be called an error or not, but Junior J is catching a bit of a break there, and this at bat still alive. So now the count 0-2, but Stratman just lucky to still be up at the plate.
And he grounds it to third base. Checks Lysick, and Stratman is beaten by the throw, and Lysick advances to third.
It's up base running from Lysick there. For a moment, I thought that they were going to try and throw over to second and try and get him heading back, but instead they just take the given out at first, and now a runner 90 feet away from the plate with Logan Birchfield up at the plate.
Birchfield has gotten hit by a pitcher and struck out so far in this game, and the first ball is in there for a strike. The 0-1 is fouled back into the net. 0-2 count here for Birchfield.
Now 0-2 just needs to hit one in play. Ground ball in the infield, unless it's hit super hard, can be a threat for a hit with Birchfield being as fast as he is. So just needs to get his bat on one and keep it in play.
And the ball to the backstop bounces over the catcher's head and rests right behind home plate.
That one hurts because if they sent Lysick, he would have scored on that due to DeMario having some trouble getting it fielded. But instead, Rockhurst gets a little bit of a break there, and it's going to keep Lysick at third.
Gillespie here with the 1-2. And Birchfield puts that high into left field. It's carrying. And it is off the top of the fence. Birchfield rounding second. Heading for third. And he is in there. He's in there for a triple. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Birchfield hits that ball probably a foot away from my homer. Ends up on third. Drive it in Lysick, making it a 4-1 ball game.
Birchfield really got a hold of that one. The wind is blowing in today. Even if there was no wind at all, that would have left the ballpark.
And that one is tailing deep. And Coffin makes a great play from short. Junior Jays add on 2 here in the bottom of the fourth. We will be back to the top of the fifth here on CPSN. We are back here in the top of the fifth. A pitching change for the Junior Jays. Vincent Cosentino on the hill. The first pitch is in there for a strike. Cato done after 4 innings of work. Gave up 1 run on 2 hits, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. That ball is ripped foul. Cosentino ahead 2-0-2 here.
Yeah, Cato giving them a strong start. His control kind of started to slip at the end, but he was still able to get them out of that 4th inning, only giving up a run. Good job fighting through.
And that is low, making it a 1-2 count here. Top of the 5th. And he hits him on the 1-2. Poe to first base, bringing up Gunther here.
That didn't seem like it missed by that much, just ran a little bit too far inside and just barely clips him. And it's not that big of a miss in terms of the amount that he missed by, but it does put a runner on first. And Rockhurst getting some early opportunities, and it happened again.
And that is 2 hit batters with nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Runners on first and second, and the top of the order is up. Coffin.
And just some issues with control early on in this outing. For him to hit the 8 and 9 hitters back to back to open off the frame, that's not an ideal start, but just needs to move past that and settle back in. Can't allow that to affect you too much with some of the more difficult hitters in this lineup coming up at this point.
The bunt is showed and pulled back, but the pitch still lands in there for a strike. Got ahead here, 0-1. Coffin squares early here, and he fouls that back. 0-2. Here. And he gets him swinging, chasing a fastball up out of the zone for the first out of the top of the 5th. Constantine able to fight back after 2 hit batters on 2 consecutive pitches.
And that's a great pitching appearance there from Constantino, just competing there with Coffin, and he strikes out the leadoff man in this lineup on just 3 pitches. Big out number 1 for him there. And
he continues letting the first pitch strike.
Schlabisky got on with a walk in the first.
He fouls that one down into the just above the dugout. 0-2 again. And that misses just low.
That was a close pitch there. A good 0-2 pitch for Constantino to throw. It's near the zone. Hope to get that at called strike 3 or to get him a chase, but just a good take there. And
the 1-2 breaking ball just misses the batter. 2-2 here.
That one just barely missed both the hitter and the strike zone, which not something you see a ton, but that was pretty filthy breaking ball. Just
that one is popped foul down the first base line. Staying alive here, trying to cut into the 3-run Junior J leader here, top of the 5th. Constantino looking at his runners, and they are moving on the pitch. Strike swinging, and got him at third for the strikeout and the caught stealing. That'll end the top of the 5th here. Junior Jays with a 4-1 lead. We'll see you at the bottom here on CPSN. row. Jack Moore in there safe.
Bottom half. Number 8. Hayden Smithburg.
Bottom of the fifth here, and a pitching change here for Rockhurst again.
It's Jack Carl on the mound. Played first base in the first game of the doubleheader, now getting some innings on the bump here. Junior Jays looking to extend their 3-run lead at this point, as Smithburg will lead off the frame.
2-0 is the count, and the pitch misses high for ball 3. .30 here. Lands it in there for a strike. Hat falls off, so you know it's a good pitch. And Jack Carl with a 3-1. Up for ball 4. Smithburg draws a walk, bringing up the designated hitter, Tony Caniglio.
That's just a good at bat there from Smithburg. Being patient, not trying to swing at anything that he knew he couldn't get as much of a hold of, and just takes 4 wide ones and gets on base.
Quinn Peterson into pinch run here for Smithburg.
Attention, pinch runner number 21, Quinn Peterson.
The 0-0 to Caniglio. Showing bunt, and he steps off.
Yeah, the third baseman charging in there.
Now playing inside of the brown on the turf. Caniglio squares again. And that misses for a ball. Peterson stays put at first.
Carl's had some trouble finding the zone early on in this appearance. Junior Jays might want to be a bit more patient
And
up at the plate.
Caniglio fouls it off back. Peterson 2-second. My mistake. That was a ball there. Caniglio pulled back. And a mound meeting here for Rockhurst.
And now with a runner in scoring position, they're just going over what might be their strategy here and just trying to call them. Has found the strike zone thus far. Now with Peterson, who's got some solid speed on second base.
I don't know about solid speed. Rumor has it that kid's pretty slow. That's what I told him in between games at least, so. And Caniglio still at bat, 2-0 here. Corner still in, preparing for that bunt. And Carl steps off.
He might be taken here on this one.
Shows bunt and fouls it down the third base line. Good play there by Coach Mooney.
Yeah, I might have been wrong on that one.
Carl here with the 2-1 to Caniglio. That misses outside. (3-1) here. Nobody out. Runner on second here for Caniglio. And he swung over the top of an off-speed pitch. Full count.
And Carl might have fooled him on that one. That looked like it was going to be below the strike zone if he held up on that one, and that would have got him on first base. But instead, Carl makes it a 3-2 count, and it's a big pitch here.
And the pitch misses low and away.
So correction, the count was 2-2 prior to that. So now it's a 3-2 count.
I believe it might have been a balk on the pitch before the mound visit. If not, disagreeing on the count, and it does not appear to matter as Caniglia lines that into left field.
It seemed to actually benefit the Junior Jays more.
Advancing that runner to third base.
Yeah.
So Junior Jays will take that, and that brings up the catcher, Bo Reverts, who has a single as well to strike out this game. First and third with no outs for him.
For the Junior Jays, the goal was to at least get another insurance run this inning, and now they're in a good position to do so.
And Caniglia moving on the pitch, the throw down. He is safe, no attempt, and Peterson is out, advancing to home.
They typically see a play like that with 2 outs. Kind of surprising that they go to that with nobody out, but just a little bit too aggressive, and Peterson didn't really have any chance there as Rockhurst was all over that. Smart play defensively, and they get out number 1 out of it.
That one misses away for Bolt.
The count goes 1-1.
Carl with the pitch. Lands that breaking ball in there for a strike. 1-2 here on Reverts.
And Carl's started to get some more pitches in the strike zone here to Reverts after he fell behind in each of his first 2 at-bats of the inning and ended up issuing a walk both times.
And that one just misses for ball 2. Caniglia on the move. That is inside, and Caniglia is safe at third.
And I believe that's
It appears to
Will
be
be a
ball
walk.
4.
That was the one from the previous at-bat. Courtesy runner number 15, Ben Marquis.
So I'm having struggling counting to 4 today. And Marquis over to first to run for Reverts again.
it's a long day. I mean, 12 innings of baseball, you start to lose track on how to do even basic functions. So it's
First and third, the bunt is popped back up to the pitcher, and Caniglia was able to make it safely back to third. Bringing up John Lysick here with 2 outs, runners on first and third in the bottom of the 5th.
I mean, there's been times where we've gotten confused about the count, but for it to happen back-to-back at-bats, that's not something that we see very often.
Lysick singled to center field in his last at-bat. And that ball misses way outside, kicks hard off the backstop. And Marquis advances to second, Caniglia holds up at third. 2 runners in scoring position here for John Lysick. With 2 outs and a 4-1 ball game in the bottom of the 5th.
With Marquis' speed, any base hit into the outfield will almost surely score 2. So Carl's going to have to be very careful here.
off speed missing outside for ball 2. The 2-0 to Lysick. Misses up and in. 3-0 count here. Carl back to where he was at the start of the inning, getting way behind in the counts. And he misses well outside for ball 4. Walk means the bases are loaded here, bringing up Garrett Anderson.
Anderson already has 3 RBI today. He's got a chance to add to that total, but now another mound meeting, and that will be the day for Jack Carl on the mound. That's already the 3rd pitching change, which brings in the 4th pitcher that we've seen so far for Rockhurst.
Carl got through 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 3 walks, with all 3 runners on the base he is responsible for so far. And we are back here in the bottom of the 5th, 2 out still after the pitching change. Bases loaded. Garrett Anderson up to bat for the Junior Jays.
Joe Brantoni is the reliever entering the game for Rockhurst. He's already the 4th pitcher they have used in the 2nd game of this doubleheader.
Not the easiest situation to come into here. And that first pitch is fouled straight back over us here in the press box. A 0-1 count here for Garrett Anderson. And the pitch catches the outside corner, 0-2.
Brantoni's getting a pair of quick strikes, and now he's ahead 0-2 in the count. One good pitch away from getting out of this inning, but Anderson has been very difficult in these spots, most notably in the 2nd.
And that ball misses outside, 1-2. Brantoni's with the delivery. And Anderson puts that up into center field. and the play is made. Bases loaded, no damage done here in the bottom of the 5th. We will see you back here for the top of the 6th on CBSN.
There were no errors.
But, like, you're not.
We are back here in the top of the 6th. Constantino still on the mound for the Junior Jays. The first pitch to Robertson is low and away for ball 1. The 1-1. The ball misses low and away. Two 1 is just a bit outside for ball 3.
Now Robertson getting into a very advantageous count already with a hit so far today. And Reverts will go meet with his pitcher about what their strategy here is. Does not appear to be any movement in the bullpen currently for either side.
The 3-1 for Constantino. Fouled back. Full count here. The full count pitch is grounded softly too short. Anderson charging the ball. The throw, and he makes the play. Over at first, that is now Jack Cosgrove in there for Smithburg.
Just some good defense there for Anderson. Being able to stay focused, charging in on that one, making an accurate throw on the run, and he gets the first out of this frame. Against the number 3 hitter in the lineup, it was a tough out for Constantino to get, but he does end up getting it to start off this frame.
And the first pitch is a strike to DeMario. Rockhurst's only run of the game so far came from him. Breaking ball fouled off for strike 2. Constantino ahead in the count here, 0-2.
Start to this at-bat for Constantino. And 0-2 can really go with anything here.
One, two here to the catcher. And he swings over the top of the off-speed pitch for a strikeout. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th for Constantino.
It's a great pitch there by Constantino. Just gets a chase from DeMario, and no real chance for him to do anything with that. And a big punch out for out number 2.
Bringing up the designated hitter, Newberger. who has gotten a hit and a walk so far today. That first pitch is a fastball in there for a strike. Second one off speed, catches the inside corner. Castillo looking to get out of here, 1-2-3. That is grounded off the mound, took a hop towards Anderson to throw, and the play is made. 1-2-3 here in the top of the sixth. We'll see you here on CBS 10 for the bottom of the sixth inning. We are back here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Stratman leads off, and he puts the bunt down, and the throw just beats him from the pitcher. Good play there by Brantones to barely get Stratman out at first. Top of the order up here for the Junior Jays with Logan Birchfield.
That's an incredible play out on the mound, being able to come off the mound, grab that ball barehanded, and make an accurate throw over to first to get the very speedy Teddy Stratman. Not a very easy play, but able to make it for out number one. Count already 3-0 on Birchfield.
Tony's working quick here, but not effective so far this plate appearance. That is in there for a strike, though.
You don't want to put Birchfield on if you're Brantones, considering how fast he is around the bases.
Catches the outside corner there, full count. And is grounded to second base. It's fumbled, and Birchfield is able to beat the throw.
It was Schlabisky having some trouble over at second, wasn't able to get the cleanest hold of it, and as a result, that will be error number 4 for Rockhurst thus far today.
And when there's speed like that coming out of the box, just that little thought of having to rush that makes that play that much harder there. That first pitch is outside to Cal Anthony.
Looking forward for the Junior Jays. They have 3 road games in the next 3 days against Lincoln Pius, Westview, and Millard North.
Birchfield moving on the bases, and the throw beats him to the bag. The second time he's been caught stealing today. this time before he got to the base.
That's not an easy throw to make if you're DeMario, but he's able to make it accurately and with enough mustard on it to get him over at second.
And Anthony fouls that pitch back. And he grounds that one to first base. And he beats him to the bag. Not quite 1, 2, 3, but first 3 batters retired here. Bottom of the 6th to the top of the 7th on CPSN. And we are back here for the top of the 7th inning. Constantino remains on the mound. He's thrown 2 scoreless so far. In the first pitch is in there for a strike to the third baseman, Sapola. We have Sapola, the 6, and then 7, 8 up here for Rockhurst in the top of the 7th. Second pitch fouled off, 0-2.
Already a very quick start to this at bat for Constantino. Pitch well so far, looking to.
And is driving into the gap in left center. He's driving around it, and he's able to make the play to hold the runner at first.
That's some very strong defense out there from Teddy Stratman to just hold it to a single. But Rockhurst getting the leadoff man on, which is going to be huge for them this inning.
3 runs to make it, to force a bottom of the 7th inning here.
Now batting number 26, Meisenberg.
It's George Meisenberg up at the plate. Pinch hitting here for Kratovez, who played first for the first 6 frames.
That first pitch is low for ball 1. Constantino checks his runner. Constantino. That ball is tagged into left field. Lysick under it for the first out of the inning.
That was a solid hit there from Meisenberg. Got his bat on it really well, but just hung up there a bit too long, and Lysick able to make the catch. Now that brings up another pinch hitter in Davis Long, as
Rockhurst going to their bench quite a bit here in this last frame.
Constantino here with 1 out. Time is called.
Tying run on deck.
The pitch. And he forces a swing and a miss there with some off speed. EO1. Another off speed in there for a strike. 0-2 here.
Good start to this at bat for Constantino, just getting some pitches in the zone, getting a hit in the count, and got himself in a good spot here.
And attempted the fastball there, slowed him down, trying to speed him back up. Misses low.
The current lines for these teams: 1 run on 3 hits and 4 errors for Rockhurst, 4 runs on 6 hits and an error for the Junior Jays currently.
And that is grounded back to the pitcher. Throw to Birchfield at second. Birchfield over to Cosgrove at first. That is a game-ending double play for the Junior Jays.
And both the first and the second game ending on a double play, and the winning team scores 4 runs in both games. Pretty low-scoring doubleheader, but each of these 2 teams getting a win, and the Junior Jays happy with the way that this second game went. Good pitching from both Braden Cato as the starter. 1 run allowed in 4 innings. Vinny Constantino with 3 scoreless out of the pen. Their lineup doing what they needed to. Garrett Anderson bringing in 3 runs, and the Junior Jays get back up to 500 with a win in the second game of the doubleheader. Now, this doubleheader comes to a close. We thank you all for watching. I'm Cole Mulder alongside Jack Cosgrove and Mike Knockenhauer. We will see you later as the Junior Jays and the Rockhurst Hawklets split a doubleheader. Rockhurst wins the first game 4-3. Creighton Prep wins the second game 4-1. Thank you for watching here on CPSN. Both teams getting a win here today.